Good morning, or good afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. Thanks, Neil, for the follow. Much appreciated. So yeah, how's it going, Vi? So yeah, today basically 7 p.m. Gotcha. So you must be over in Europe. So yesterday we did pretty good Atlas progression. Got two of our Void Stones. Um, so now today I want to work on farming up some more currency so we can craft better gear. And I'd like to do some Blight. So I have a Blight ritual tree that I've set up for farming today. Some changes I made before stream. We're using Impale now on both our setups of my 5-link Cyclone and my 5-link General's Cry. I prefer to be running like Pulverize on here instead of Concentrated Effect, but it is what it is. But we've gone Impale on both, gotten Impale nodes on the tree, and just picking up crit where I can. Started your build last league, quite enjoyed it, thinking about either doing this again or some Assassin Bait build this league. Yeah, Assassin Bait. Sure there's going to be quite a bit of Assassin Bait. So yeah, we're basically just going to do some maps. I want to try to get some Blight Ravage maps, or I'm sorry, Blighted maps. I have a few, they're not really that high level. So I want to get a couple of these saved up, and then we'll run some Blighted maps. It's kind of the plan for today. It's that poison damage. Kidding me? Oh, that's why I'm doing so much damage. Or that's why this map sucks. I can't leech. I didn't even look at the mod on that map. That's funny. Swap over. Let's do a map that I can actually run. Make sure to read your mods. I was like, why is my life screwed right there? There's a thing I want to mention. You could try to emphasize that transition from non-crit to crit is quite important when going into red maps when doing updating this. Yeah, I do in my build guide, Vi. I mentioned that you want to go crit as soon as possible. So in the POB deep dive of my most recent build guide video, I basically say you want to go crit even before you're done with the campaign. And in the notes section of my POB, I haven't read. I basically put in the POB, you want to swap to crit ASAP. When to swap to crit ASAP. I also mentioned it in the video. After Under the 10 Act, what's your strategy pre-running Atlas maps? Farming and heist a little, go direct to map, let Aqueduct farm. So I'm gonna be doing Blight and Ritual on League launch, but I think heist is good too. I don't think Blood Aqueduct farming is worth doing. Gotcha, bye. Yeah, I don't think Blood Aqueduct farming is worth doing. I would say get done with the campaign as soon as possible and then start Atlas progression. And once you unlock like your second tree, I would set up. I'm gonna go Blight Ritual, but Heist is also good. I know a lot of people are gonna be doing Portrayal. It just depends on what you want to farm. But I enjoy Blight, so.
Card.
I had to get rid of Desecrate in my socketed skills, although, thanks for the sub, Mark. I had to drop Desecrate, I had to move some gems around. I have Precision running on Arrogance right now to save up some mana. So I'm only going to be using Desecrate when I go to boss, basically. Might put it in a weapon swap. Oh, it doesn't work in weapon swap. Yeah, I'll have to manually swap it with the gem. What are those explosions coming from? It's, yeah, the MTX for Shockwave. Good old MTX for Shockwave. Yeah, I have the General's Cry is on like a wolf MTX right now. What is the best skin for Cyclone? I like the Sharknado. I think it's just kind of ridiculous, but that's my personal preference. Yeah, I might. I really need an extra gem socket on my weapon or chest so I can fit this gem back in. I might temporarily just drop Blood Rage, just because it's annoying to swap between the two. Oh, there's a nice blighted map right there. The one that fits your character, yeah. I tend to like Illusionist or the Sharknado for Cyclone only because the Shockwave MTX looks good with those. Is this build suitable for new players? I think it's pretty new player friendly, and I think my guide is pretty detailed and easy to follow for new players. At least I've heard that feedback from people. Three blighted maps is pretty good. Venter's ring. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the sub, Reeve. Appreciate it. Very, very, kind of you. Lowering my fire and chaos res is a little ballsy. Excited for the launch, so gotta celebrate it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm very excited for next week. I should say this week, actually, because it's Sunday now. Just gotta get through 4 days at work, and then Friday. My plan is I'm gonna wake up pretty early Friday, get a lot of stuff out of the way for the weekend, and I'm gonna take a nice long nap before the actual launch. I'm gonna wake up like an hour before League launch, I think, and then just like get right into it. I'm gonna go pretty hard. I may pull an all-nighter, I'm not sure. I want to see how far I can actually get. And sleep a bit on Saturday. I did room cleanup this weekend, so next weekend I can go full in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Friday morning, I'll take care of all the stuff that I normally would do on the weekend. So I'm gonna wake up pretty early, and then taking that day off from work, and I'm gonna just sleep for a while before League. And I'm taking the Monday off after next weekend too. So I have like I'm gonna do like a 4-day weekend for the League launch. Whoa. We'll be consuming using chromatic orb on an item to make 1 to 3 sockets become white. That's pretty crazy, actually. Really hoping I can find an omen of connections over the next several days that make getting a 6-link really nice. I'm gonna try to find the other one right now. 3 blighted maps, not too bad. This Venter's come out. Darn. It's like not bad, with the exception of the reduced mana reservation. I could always vendor 3 of these, and we see what we get. Oh. Alright. Back to farming we go. I'm gonna do another waste pool.
No rest for the wicked. Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of its life.
The only annoying thing right now is I have to do the swap for Desecrate, but it is. Can you give us your filter for leveling early? It's kind of hard. It's basically whenever Filter Blade updates their stuff, I'll update mine. I have a video on my YouTube channel that has like from 3.25. Poison here is going to be super sketch. That has like a link to my Google Drive that has the sound files and my filters from 3.26. But I mean, it's going to be dependent on whenever Sync updates Filter Blade. That chaos damage.
Splinter. Medium cluster jewel.
My chaos resistance is getting better. It's only 13%, but it was like negative 50 or something yesterday, so we're making progress, I guess. I think one of my goals today is I want to drop Devotos and actually get a crafted helm again that has like life and chaos resistance and lots of defensive armor and stuff on it. I'm sure like anything that's a stat stacker is the best version, right? So if you stack int or stack dex or stack strength, but it's probably not the most defensive build in the world. The thing about my build is it balances damage with offense, so my build is going to be one of the tankier Cyclone builds, but you know, it's not going to be the most damage. But you could segue into something like, you know, stacking strength or stacking dex if you want to forego block and defense for more offense. That's just not what this build is. I'm using the Apollyon MTX right now. Yeah, generally in PoE, anytime you're stacking a stat, you're making like a pretty powerful offensive build. They're also usually super expensive. But they are very powerful in terms of their offense, for sure. A lot of our core gems are hitting 20 right now, so that's pretty good. Actually, I'm gonna want this Blight. I'll take a look at it. I find it hard to believe that a stacking build is going to be cheap. it's possible. Typically when you stat stack in PoE, it's not cheap. Might be cheap compared to other things you might do. Thanks for the follow, Vortex. Always the boss, man.
Blessedor. Cha-ching. Orb of Scouring. You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Battle Orb. Cha-ching.
I know Uber Dan is real. I don't know if the accounts on YouTube are actually him though. I know there's a lot of speculation about whether or not that's actually Uber Dan. I'll go take a look at it after this map, but I would be very surprised if a stat stacking build is going to be like cheap. It's probably not like insanely expensive, but the thing about my build is it can be played right from Act 3, you know, and then you can scale it out, and at some point you can either swap to a completely different build, like, or you could like do a different version of Cyclone or something. But I don't see a world in which a stat stacking build is going to be viable from like the campaign. Usually that's something that like you invest heavily into as you're doing like late mapping. But I'll take a look at it after after this map. Mostly, I want to see the POV. Oh damn!
Chaos Orb.
Got chunked.
Perhaps.
Oh well. Yeah. Okay. There's no POBs, so how do you know? Does he go over the gear, or does he just showcase the build? Yeah. I mean, my whole thing is that anytime someone, and like, when someone says their build is low cost and they're known for making super expensive builds, and also a stat stacker, like, I'm sure it's way more damage than my build. But how is it defensively, and also like how viable is it for new players? Because the thing I like about my build is like you can start playing it in Act 3. You can play it all the way. Like I'm on SSF right now, you know, getting my Void Stones, doing T16 farms. You know, it's a League Start build character, and I can, you know, eventually scale this out to do harder content in the game. But usually with stat stackers, you're playing something different during the campaign, and then you have to save up like quite literally hundreds of divines in order to get the build like really online and get that damage you're looking for. So I'm just kind of like really skeptical about League starting a stat stacking build. Usually something you build into. There were POBs on screen, but no links. Gotcha. I've seen several deck stacking Cyclone builds in the last few days, so I know there's like people theory crafting that stuff. Yeah, okay, 300 mil DPS kinetic blast for 2-3 divine. That's some huge bait All my T16s suck. I mean, if you can get 300 million DPS for 2 to 3 Divine, that seems like everyone should be playing that build. If you're playing anything else, you're doing it wrong. That's the #1 build of 3.27. Need my Assassin's Mark to hit 20 so I can re-roll that thing for really good power charge up time. No, I hear you, Kata. I think anything that's a stat stacker, whether you do strength with Cyclone or Dex, is going to be really powerful offensively. So I'm not saying those things aren't viable, and they're going to be a lot more damage in my build. I just wouldn't expect them to be cheap. The idea is definitely valid, for sure. Yeah. And I've seen like actual videos on YouTube, people doing like some deck stacking stuff with Cyclone for 3.27. So it's definitely a thing. Very powerful. Just typically not cheap. So yeah, if you're asking me if that's like a thing or not, or if that's like something you can do, it is 100%. That being said, and I'm sure you're aware of this, I'm not saying this is the case, but always like look at a POV if someone's offering a suggestion on something. Like always, you know, if the video doesn't actually provide you with a POV, I would find another deck stacking or strength stacking Cyclone build that does. Unblockable. Volatile cores aren't unblockable anymore. Oh, that's... I didn't know they made that change. That's actually pretty crazy. It's pretty good. Yeah, I hate those things usually. I mean, everyone does, but... this could be a little rough. It's going to be a lot of congestion very close to the map here. Bottles puzzle box. Crazy. So it really depends, Kavaski. If you have the currency early enough, like I picked up my Forbidden Flame and Flesh for 40 Divine combined in 3.26 because I got them early enough. And Progenesis was, you know, relatively the same price. And then, you know, the Flame and Flesh jewels went up and up in price as the league went on. So I think it's worth getting Flame and Flesh as soon as possible if you have the currency to do it, because you're going to get more value for it. I think those jewels ended up being like 150 plus later on in the league. Oh, I think the graphs are going to be for sure borrowed power. I just don't know yet until we actually have like data on the stuff. Also, pro tip from SSF and Ruthless Guy: Huck provides onslaught value buff alongside 100% increased damage and experience gain. Yeah, can't you also stack Haste Aura on him too? Oh, no more breaches from the pool. I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's fun specking a little bit into the heist stuff and having Huck follow you around like a pseudo mercenary.
Situation card. Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
Yeah, I typically stack gear on Huck first when I'm doing heists, because he follows you around in the maps and stuff. Alongside Einhardt's free 2 mercs and best farms will giga valuable facing trade now. I'm kind of like, I really want to do Blight Ritual for league start, but a lot of people were saying heist is good money. I've always felt that heist was kind of like a YOLO, because like you're kind of just running heist until maybe you get, you know, a simplex or something crazy, and then you hit the lottery. An audience with the king. Ooh. Thanks, Maverick, for the sub. Appreciate it. I think I'll defer that. Maybe we'll do that later. To get a light of meaning, that'd be pretty dope. Exalted orbs could be useful later too. Heist providing gold now will be giga valuable before Act 10 finished to prep your King's March. Did they change the gold drops, Mark, with Heist? That was one of my biggest problems with it in 3.26, was it just didn't give a lot of gold. So it was kind of like, you know. I think some rooms will get massive gold, yeah.
A worthy opponent.
Yeah, I'll be really thinking about that over the next several days. Like, what do I really want to do when I get my void stones done? What's my farming strategy gonna be? Heist is good XP too. I was kind of thinking about betrayal also. It's good XP. we get a Mage Blood map that's like ridiculously hard to run. Is that what's gonna happen right now? See what we get. Speculations on what the unique is. I'm gonna say it's a Mage Blood. I'm gonna believe. And it's gonna have one portal, and you lose your character to the void when you die. Wow. Go ahead and just throw that in the bank.
Thank you. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orb of alchemy. Cha-ching.
Thanks for the follow, Shell. Appreciate it. I generate endurance charges by using smashing strikes. 10% chance to gain an endurance charge on melee crit.
Cha-ching. That's a flask. Cha-ching. That's a flask. Cha-ching. Hero.
Yeah, smashing strikes is the better option once, you want to go crit as soon as possible. Because you'll have the uptime with endurance charges while you're bossing.
Cha-ching. Orb of scouring. Hi, hero. Cha-ching. Hi, hero. Cha-ching.
Put a comment on your YouTube video. Done a practice run and noticed you didn't have Bandit Pantheon choices. Yeah, I saw a Shell. I've added it to the actually added it to the POB after I saw your comment. So if you look on the notes there, you'll see I've added here bandits under the leveling section for Help Alira, and then the Order of Pantheon. I just haven't updated the POB yet. Yeah, so it was in the POB, it just might have not been telegraphed very well. So if you look at the POB, on the leveling trees for the config options, you'll see like, if I go down to like 24, it says Help Alira. So all the leveling trees have Help Alira. And then eventually you swap out of Helping Alira to Kill All later on. Thanks, Adu, for the sub. Yeah, you're not too familiar with POB. I could see missing that. I probably should have elaborated on that in my videos. Why do I not have any mana regen? What the hell is going on there? Crazy. Go do Blight. I need to get the annoyance on my rings going. Thanks, Van, for the follow. Worst thing is I'm usually good with PB. Didn't realize they include the bandit change with sets. Yeah, that's something newish in there that they now have. Oh my gosh. Odds on this map are kind of scary. Yeah. Whew.
The hour grows late.
Oh, it's monsters can't be leeched. I keep running these, I keep not checking my mods. I'm like, that's why I was having mana sustain issues on that ritual. It's because I have no leech right now. I'm just like running maps and not even paying attention to what I'm doing. There's not many mods that this build can't do when mapping, but, you know, obviously can't leech is something you don't want to do. You also don't want to do, I usually don't do players can't regen life or mana because that one's super annoying.
Cha-ching.
Oh, I just gotta pay attention to what mods I roll. Yeah, Leech is a huge defensive layer for us.
Lots of flowers. Cha-ching.
Explains why I've been hitting my life last so much. Enjoy the build though, it's way more chill than my usual builds. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Yeah, this could be kind of rough. I kind of want to kill the boss just for maybe a map drop, but I have like no mana right now. Make sure you check your map mods. I'm gonna defer this ritual though. I want to defer this guy. I'm normally a totem player, but I can't play Stormburst totems another league in a row. Yeah, I'll be pretty sad if I ever lose interest with Cyclone. That hasn't happened yet. I've been playing this build pretty much full time in PoE 1 for like almost a year and a half. I'm kind of like that though in this game. I find something I like and then I play it like pretty much always until it just either gets nerfed to the point where it's not viable anymore or I lose interest. But it takes a while for me to lose interest with something I really like, this type of game.
Cha-ching.
The other thing too about playing something you really like over and over is like you basically get very good at like knowing, okay, as I level, this is what I need to go for. When I get into maps, this is what I should need to aim for, kind of stuff. Kind of autopilot. You're not really thinking too much about a lot of stuff.
Hi, T-Row. Cha-ching.
For sure. How much do you think is needed to put into this build next league to be able to do C17? At the very least, you're going to need a decent weapon, which is going to cost you quite a bit of divine. And if if you want to comfortably do T17s and not die a lot, you want a Progenesis. So it's going to be anywhere from like 100 to 150 divines, I think, if you want to be like do a T17 Andy. Because crafting your staff is going to cost anywhere from 60 to 100 divine, and then a Progenesis will be like 40 to 60 divine. So that's pretty much what you're looking at if you want to comfortably do T17s. You also are going to want the Flame Flesh Jewels too. That's like another at least 40 divine. Yeah, it's not cheap to take this build into T17s and Ubers. It's possible, but it does require several key components. But you'll want to go for your staff first, and then you'll actually want to go for the Flame Flesh Jewels. And then once you have that, you'll be able to like do T17s. And then if you want to not die a lot, that's when you want to pick up a Progenesis. That's pretty much like the order of expensive things you want to grab. I hate this boss. It's super annoying. What do you think of this build versus Dancing Dervish deck stacking? I think one is not a league starter, and one is expensive, but it probably does way more damage in this build. That's pretty much my thoughts on it. More damage, more expensive. Not something I'd recommend to players as a league starter, especially newer players or people that don't have a lot of PoE 1 experience. If you're like a really experienced player, you could probably just roll it, play something, and then just segue into it once you have the uniques and the expensive items to scale all the stat stacking. Yeah, my build is designed to be a league starter that requires very little investment. You can do all content, like in terms of 4 Void Stones, Atlas progressions, T16 farms, all that kind of stuff. And then if you want, you can scale it out into T17 and Ubers with a lot of investment. Which at that point, if you just want to do bossing, you'd probably be better off rolling into something like a deck stacking or strength stacking Cyclone.
Chaos Corp.
Yeah, like I feel like I guess I don't know if you're talking about Dan's video because that's what some people have been talking about. Is it still duelist? Because like if you really want to do a stat stacking build, you could just like especially decks, it's probably duelist. So you could segue into that later on, like play my build, get as a currency farmer T16s, and then if you want to do some crazy stat stacking stuff, you could swap over to that later. Like Hollow Palm and the weapon don't sound expensive, but like if you're trying to get 2,500 to 3,000 decks, there's no way you're doing that without some pretty expensive gear. The stat stacking in PoE is not cheap. You're usually looking at some pretty good investment to do that. Of course it's a Soul Eater. Always a Soul Eater. I don't know if I can kill this guy with the life regen, fortunately. Thanks for the follow, MC. Hopefully hopefully that answered your question sufficiently.
How do you keep winning? How do you keep winning?
This might be kind of tough, but we'll give it a shot. 50% chance to avoid impales is kind of tragic.
Nathan, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Replica. Deep space. Starflare. Solar Storm.
We have lots of stacks.
Astral Avalanche. Simulacrum. Deep space. Solar Storm.
3 at once is kind of crazy.
Astral Avalanche. Deep space. Replica. Solar Storm.
Always a replica.
Deep space. Astral Avalanche. Your champion
Yeah.
has fallen. Simulacrum.
Yeah,
Deep space. Starflare. Deep space. Solar Storm. Astral Avalanche. Deep space. Keep space. Simulacrum. Solar storm. Astral avalanche.
Let's get confused with like which one I'm actually fighting.
How unexpected.
One I wanted.
Challenge me for this round.
Garbage. Thanks for the sub. Forgive me for not attempting to butcher your name. Okay.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching.
Extra fizz is chaos damage. Nasty.
Must wait a little longer.
Probably should just avoid all chaos sources of damage that I willingly enter into until I get my chaos resistance up.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
This Soul Eater bro too. Ooh. Yeah, this guy is just destroying me.
You have been judged and found.
Cha-ching. 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 Oh, Scarab.
I think it's a good league starter. I'm on my third day of this SSF test character in a private league I made, and I'm already chilling in T16s.
Cha-ching.
This Blight might be a little crazy because this extra fizz damage as chaos kind of sucks. We shall see. Oh wow, thanks everybody.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Hi, Orb of Alchemy.
Yeah, thanks Miz for the follow. 870, crazy.
Orb of Scouring. Shiny, shiny. Cha-ching. You should probably pick that up. Synthesized item. Synthesized item. Cha-ching. Orb of Alchemy. Chaos Orb. Orb of Scouring. Chaos Orb. Orb of Scouring.
The chest that keeps on giving. 1K next week? Maybe. Yeah, I think as the week gets closer, people are gonna get more and more excited for getting like going, you know. I think people are pretty excited right now, but another couple days, we're all gonna be like just ready to hit the ground running, you know. Chaos ritual mobs are just something else. Cyclone is love. Cyclone is life, yeah. Double spider boss. Oh, it's my first T17 on this character. This could be death, potentially. So much chaos crap happening right now. I don't even know what's going on. Gotta try to kill the bosses, I guess. Alright, let's take the audience to the king. Something with that maybe later. Or that exalt again. And then I'm just gonna take the chromies. Did the patch notes on 2020 gems change your mind about league start? Nah. I'm definitely going Cyclone. It might give me ideas about doing something else later in the league, but yeah, I'm definitely playing this on launch. I'm not asking for anything really crazy, game. I just need, like, I just need one of these to hit. Melee hits have chance to fortify. Come on. Like, that's pretty good. But I want melee hits chance to fortify. Just give me the mod, please. Never lucky. Alright, I want to try to replace Devotos with like a high life, potentially chaos resistance helm. So I was lucky all day yesterday. I had a pretty good day. I ended the stream with a 5-link. It was pretty crazy. Second 5-link, I should say, on the chest. So yeah, I mean, yesterday was pretty good. Yesterday was pretty good.
It seems every dog has his day.
Alright, surely one of these is going to be amazing. Surely. I got another Devotos. Stat stacking helm with a bunch of life. Could throw a chaos hybrid roll on this, I think. We can't, it's all suffixed out. That's pretty nutty. I really don't want to lose the chaos resistance, but 144 life, 2 resistances is pretty crazy. Alright, this is a contender.
Happy hunt.
Maybe roll a couple strength helms. Your strength helms.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Interesting. Flat 17% increased life regen. Pretty nutty. Roll one of those into cold resistance, and then it doesn't help us the fact that our chaos resistance is back in the tank, fortunately. I could roll this into a chaos resistance roll though. It is a lot of HP. Gain like 600 health, that's pretty crazy. You can roll an armor roll in here. Increased armor and evasion is probably what we want. Not bad. We just reforged that fire into some cold resistance. Yeah, I'm doing T16s right now. 3 red. Unlink. Alright, so I just gotta figure out Dex. How far down on Dex am I? If I want to use... Fine. Mark on hit. Really, Blood Rage is the only thing that's radically out of line, but we can Blood Rage. So basically, we gotta drop 1 point per Dex node. Lucky RNG was used yesterday. Yeah. Let's put my mana cost on you on. Oh, that's fine. Pick up Dex here. Put precision back in there on arrogance. 4,500 health is pretty good. Gained about 300 HP. Mark on hit with our crate back in there.
Godslayer. Hail, Godslayer.
A little janky. I could do a weapon swap. It drops the Blood Rage. Okay. Just gonna have to swap the gem whenever it desecrate. Right now, at least. My oil situation look like right now? Let's look up the ring annoyance from Blight. Indigo Violet gives us Meteor Tower. Chilling Tower is the expensive one. requires like a, I think it requires an opalescent. Opalescent and silver, yeah. We can try to upgrade, but I think we're pretty far off from that. Honestly, I should just run some blighted maps so I can get some oils, and I can do my other ring. But I really would like to get the chilling tower right away. Yeah. I have a opalescent, but we ain't gonna get silver for a while. I think I'm gonna run a blighted map. Maybe we get lucky and we get a decent amount of oils. Yeah, we just gotta get the other ring anointment. Alright, this is gonna be super janky. But hold on. I wanna do this.
Put out new mycelium! New roots! Blight is trying to spread!
More towers. Tower.
Let's see what this tower can really do! It's put out new mycelium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread! Divine power! It's launching exile! Blight is trying to spread! The blight is trying to spread! Divine power! Let's see what this
I
Help me, mycelium! New roots! It's branching exile!
Yeah, I'm trying to fit some empowers in. I usually go freeze and flame before I do anything else, and then try to squeeze some empowers in when I can.
It's branching exile!
A worthy opponent.
Ooh, my Assassin's Mark just hit 20, so we'll be able to re-level that with some quality. Pretty good. If I'm lucky, I'll get a silver oil and I can do my ring enchant. We're gonna be in business.
Orb of alteration! Orb of scatter! Light that up. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Orb of revenge! Cha-ching! Orb of alchemy! Orb of battle orb! Orb of scatter orb! Chaos orb of fusing!
I'm gonna just put Cyclone Shockwave on his tier list as A tier. I think your YouTube gonna blow up. Oh, did he? Why did he put it as A tier? That's kind of funny. I guess maybe the Cyclone buffs appealed to him. He doesn't seem like a guy who would normally like to play Cyclone. He seems more like the wand, bow, you know, go fast. Dude, the open all Blight chest with one click within a few yards is gonna be so good. Like, I can't wait. Blight's just so chill, you know, like you can kind of like get a bunch of good, like in SSF especially, you get like a bunch of bubblegum stuff like I'm doing right now. You get like free fossils, passive XP gain. Actually, what I should do is quality my gems up real quick since they hit 20, and then just get the free XP from the Blight stuff.
I believe in treading light.
Yeah. You got the usual suspects at S tier, but he's strictly keeping it to week 1 league starters. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if he's being legit about league start like that, then yeah, I could definitely see a favorable opinion for Cyclone as a League 1 starter. Thanks, Viso, for the sub. Appreciate it. When the Blight mechanic's happening, you know, the towers killing stuff and whatnot, you just get XP. while you're just kind of hanging around. Wander or Shadow Chief are only ones in S. Funny enough, he put Cyclone before LA Deadeye. That's interesting. Interesting. Bob puts Cyclone Shockwave Drunk on air tier in your tier list. May the prices of gear spills will be high. Yeah, I mean, really the expensive thing with my build, if you're gonna follow my build, because I go like, you know, obviously into the defensive with the block and whatnot, it's crafting the staff. You know, like getting a decent staff base that's a 6-link is usually not too expensive, but if it's getting that kind of spotlight, then yeah, I could see a 6-link Ezomite staff going up in price for sure. But I don't know how the market's really going to be, because with asynchronous trade, everything's going to be kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to say what the market's actually going to be like. That's 3 staff options that are very similar though. Yeah, I mean, I always prefer Ezomite because it has the highest crit base. But you know, if you can get a 6-link base that isn't Ezomite and it's only like 0.5 off, like it's fine. If they're non-league start build, you can plan to transition as a Slayer after starting Cyclone to defeat all the Ubers. I've been talking about this glow stick. I might actually try to do like a Cyclone, a champion. So like, if I can get all the uniques to scale the fortification stacks with the new champion Ascendancy rework from 3.26, I think it would be worthwhile swapping over to champion just to be like a bosser. You'd be far tankier, and then if you can scale all those fortification stacks and Pale with the Watcher's Eye and all that, I think that it would be pretty good for bossing. Mostly because it's going to be way more defensive. How far did you realistically take this build? I'm torn between Cyclone. I've got live stream videos from 3.26 on my YouTube. Jeggy, but I did like T17s. I did some Uber Pinnacle bosses. I took it as far as I wanted before I was done with 3.26. Thank you. I'd love to be able to transition to a great bosser. Yeah, the thing about my build is it's a fantastic league starter, and it's great for like farming T16s. But if you want to get like really into T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses, I think the swap to champion is probably the play. For me, and I'm being honest, I had such bad experiences trying to play Slayer Cyclone Shockwave in the past. It puts me on edge a little. My friend loves Cyclone Shockwave, but also struggled in yellows. I told him that yours is solid compared to what he tried before. I mean, yeah, if you follow my guide and you're still a little confused, you watch my videos when I'm streaming. I mean, I'm in SSF right now. I started this character on Friday. Did another test run. So, like, I demonstrate time and again, it's very league start viable. Is it the fastest thing out there? Is it the meta? Nah, but if you like to spend to win, it's completely viable. But yeah, I think my plan is going to be, once I get enough currency built up, I'm going to play around with maybe doing like a champion swap and see how that works out for Uber Pinnacles. I still want to keep the aesthetic of my build, so it's still going to be using block mechanics with staffs. I'm still going to be playing on the left side of the tree, but I'll swap over to champion. I'll scale some fortification on the, might pick up like this fortification cluster here, scale, I'm already scaling Impale as it is, but I think it would be far tankier, obviously, so.
Leave none alive. Bring death.
Dude, the currency market's going to be insane. I don't even know what the divine chaos ratio is going to be. I expect currency to be, I don't know. The market's going to have way more supply than it's ever had, so it's going to be like interesting to see. I'm excited to follow your builds this league. Let's go, baby. I hope you have fun. I've been having a lot of fun. Really hate the fact that many people put T17 Ubers as a heavy requirement on League Star now. I think people want to play one build, you know, so they want to find one build. The problem is there's not many builds in this game that can start in the campaign like mine does in Act 3 and go all the way to T17s and Ubers and like one-shot them. That's not really a thing in PoE 1. Usually if you want to make a build that like nukes bosses, like nukes Ubers, typically it's something you build up currency for and then you transition your current character into it, or you re-roll like a new character super quick. There's very few builds, and they usually get nerfed, that start in the campaign and play the exact same setup all the way to like killing an Uber Pinnacle boss in 5 seconds. So I think some people want that. There's not many builds like that, and they get nerfed. The more realistic play is you play a league starter, you farm up currency for, you know, the first 2 weeks, and then whatever the meta defines itself as for the league, right? Everyone will theorycraft the best, craziest shit, you know, like Frost last league, and then people swap over to that. That's typically like the best mindset to have. Like I said, you can do mostly almost all content on my build, but you do have to sink quite a bit of investment into it. You know, there's gonna be other builds that are gonna be far easier to and far better designed for like doing Uber bosses, for instance. But I think like Champion Cyclone could be a pretty good Uber Pinnacle bosser with the right gear. You're gonna need like the expensive uniques to scale the fortification and stuff, but I think it's gonna be the play if you want to go that direction. You know, so last night when you said it can T16 smoothly, since I'm in a private league, I'll just do that and farm gear for my reroll. Yeah, I mean, you're seeing me do T16s right now. I don't have my 6 links yet. My gear isn't optimized. I don't have my Eldritch Implicits. My staff is mid. My gems don't even have quality on them. I don't have any of the uniques that I have in my POB. So, I mean, it's definitely viable. Alright, what do we got going on here? The natural breaking point, but there's really not much here. I guess...
Divine power.
I'm going to start RF Chieftain, farm currency, and then look what's up with the Wander builds. Yeah, RF Chieftain is a really reliable, tried and true league starter. Tend to do a lot of delve. Thoughts on shoving the All Amulet in for Pride? Yeah, I don't see why not. You can really, your amulet's very flexible. Usually you want to stack some kind of stats on it, but you could do it on rings. Have I enchanted my rings for Blight? I've done one of the rings. I don't have a silver oil yet to do my other rings, so I'm kind of... don't really have what I need yet for the chilling towers, but we'll see.
It's branching exile.
This is like death row. Anything that comes through here is just gonna get fucking destroyed, deleted.
Divine power. Let's put out new mycelium.
This is another good choke point right here.
Branching exile. trying to spread. Let's see what this tower can really do.
Are you going to go Tumult again or regular Cyclone? I'm probably going to go Tumult with Stampede, but I might play around with doing regular Cyclone, going fast movement speed. Hoping they reveal for a more clear winner for Bloodlines. Yeah, we need more information on the Bloodline Ascendancies.
Put out you
Everything seems mid right now for us, opportunity cost wise. I was talking about this yesterday. Slayer is like a perfect package for Cyclone, especially as a league starter. So it's like really hard to justify giving up, you know, stuff for it. Yeah, it's hard to be like, oh, just give up, you know, all this juicy stuff that Slayer gives you.
Blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread. Put out new mycelium. New roots. Let's see what this tower can really do. The blight is trying to spread.
Got a question about the mana passives. I see you have both cost skills and the cost mastery as well as reservation mastery. I've been using just the Spirit of War 3/3 nodes with the res mastery and cannibalistic right 2 with no cost mastery, and I've been fine on mana. I actually just dropped a point right here on my tree. So my Cyclone's sitting at 2 mana, 1 life. One of the goals I try to go for is a 0 mana cost Cyclone, because there's situations where you encounter some things that could degen you, and not having the ability to spin because you have a mana cost sucks. So like you could free up some points on the tree by doing the mana enchant on your ring. So like channeling skills have -3 to mana cost or whatever. And you could give up some of this. You could take away this mastery and do the ring enchant, which actually I should do that on this ring. I should get rid of this mana roll and just do that, and I can free up this mastery. But I do find you want to take at least one of these. I think you definitely want to go Spirit of War and then Cannibalistic Rite. You probably don't need this point. I can probably get rid of this point and this mastery if I do the ring enchant, but I'll have to try it out and see. But like, I didn't mean to take my portal. But like one of my goals is I'm trying to eventually have a 0 cost Cyclone. So that's why I kind of invest a little bit in that on the tree. I just don't like the feeling ever of not being able to spin because something degens me and I don't have any mana. It also makes it where it's easier to run maps that have the players can't regen life and mana. The regen life sucks, but you're leeched, so it's not too bad. But not being able to regen mana and having to swap to mana flask really sucks. So that basically makes that mod runnable without having to change your setup. Good old Blight. What got to my pump? Must have been a boss. Something came through here. If you're not spinning, you're not winning. Yeah, the no regen thing is a good point. It does make it so that that mod isn't something you have to really worry about. But now that I'm running arrogance with precision, I'm reserving a little bit of life for precision. I have a lot of mana right now. I can get rid of this mod on my ring, do the mana cost reduction, and at the very least, I can probably get rid of this mastery. Or, yeah, the mastery is actually less than the that notable, that passive right there. be wrapping this up here.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
Where would you put the extra point then? So right now, I'm kind of like probably gonna go pick up this extra endurance charge right here. So I'll probably unspec the mastery and then pick up this extra endurance charge. Just bought 2 new 27 2K monitors. Thanks Double for the sub. Just bought 2 new 27 2K monitors to replace my 9-year-old ones. What the fuck have I been missing? I swapped over to a 34-inch curved monitor a few years ago, and it took a little bit of time to get used to like the super wide screen. But once I did, it's like amazing. I couldn't even go back to a 27-inch. I have my main curved monitor, and then I have a 27-inch on the side. But it is crazy when you upgrade your monitors and you realize like, wow, this is like a whole nother level of experience. How come you are reflect immune because of regen leech? Our mastery here cannot take reflected physical damage. Thanks Dorak for the follow. I play PoE and a lot of FPS, mainly Battlefield, so the 34-inch monitors aren't great for Battlefield 6. Oh, okay, yeah, I feel you. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, I only ever play like PoE and single-player games, a little bit of World of Warcraft. That's it. I have no mechanical skill whatsoever when it comes to gaming. I get destroyed whenever I play an FPS, so I just don't have any of those kind of twitch reflexes. That's why when you see me do some bosses in PoE, I'm just gonna die, like, to mechanics that other players don't have issues with, because I just can't respond that quickly. My brain is kind of like jelly sometimes. Yeah. That's why, like, if I ever, like, I've done it a few leagues where I just wanted to make, like, purely just boss in PoE, and I've always gone for, like, a super ridiculous build that can just, like, nuke the bosses. My favorite one was, I don't know if you guys remember Crucible League with the totem, with the bow. And you just, like, delete bosses. And I played that because it was, like, that was the only way I was ever going to reliably kill bosses, because I can't actually play the game. What is that? E-gen there, my dude. Alright. Interesting. 30 chaos resistance and dexterity. What am I looking at? It's got no life though. Still. Bolt and lightning, 30 chaos. I think I take that over my other ring. And just craft some life on this. We'll see. It's a lot of chaos resist. Siege Ballista. How much int do I lose right now? So I basically got to swap this point for this point probably. I thought the in Crucible it was like you would use rejuvenating totem or something. I forgot what the tech was, but it was dumb. You just did like 600% increased damage or something. It was crazy. Let's see, I'm over on cold resist, but we can fix that by harvest craft, cold into fire. Look at that, 39% chaos resistance. That's huge.
I can't do this.
And then I can just benchcraft on some life. And we just gotta swap cold into fire. We can do that on our boots. %39 positive chaos resistance is crazy good. Cold into fire. Look at those perfect stats there. 94, 93, 90, 39%. Pretty good. Oh, and then I want to fix my ring situation. So let's go here. No, 69. Yeah. Channeling skills have -3 to mana cost. So how much will my Cyclone cost now is the question if I drop that mastery. Still costs 1 life. I could try to drop this point too and see if I'm at 1 life. I think I'm gonna end up, it's gonna end up costing mana though. But it's worth it for science. Yeah, it's at 1 mana, 1 life. I think for right now I'm gonna keep that point because now I have a 0 cost Cyclone. And pick up the 4th endurance charge. Pretty good. We can still slam the ring and maybe get like another stat or resistance, so I'll probably slam an Exalt on this ring. Yeah, our gear is starting to come together pretty nice. Just silver oil. One can hope. Thanks, War, for the sub. Go ahead and stick this all the way back here. Alright, here goes nothing.
The blight is trying to spread. Let's see what this tower can really do. trying to spread.
Can we get your filter and sounds? Keen to try Cyclone first time. How does this perform in Heist? I've never done like Heist farming on it. I think there's probably better builds that are faster. I know Heist is really about speed. But I think it would be fine. I think it would do just fine in Heist. I have a video on my YouTube channel that has a link to my Google Drive for the 3.26 filters and the sound files. It's labeled as a 3.25 video though.
Blight is trying to spread. Divine power.
It's actually a pretty crazy good Blight here. Super chill.
It's branching exile. Let's put out new mycelium. New roots. Let's see what this can really do. It's branching exile. Divine power.
Alright, we do have some groves down here that we gotta be
Mycelium.
aware of.
Roots.
Freeze on this guy. Flame tower right there.
What this tower can really do. It's branching exile. It's branching exile.
I didn't mean to upgrade that one. Rip. Got a boss coming this way. Oh, we're good. Gravy. Thanks for answering. I'm not worried about speed for Heist, just not dying. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have that issue at all. Alright, we just kind of sit back and chill now, I think. Let the towers do all the work. Thanks, Bodden, for the sub. Appreciate it. So you don't want to max the freeze towers because as long as they're chilling towers, I guess now it doesn't matter because I don't have the ring anoint. But you don't want to max these. You don't want to max the empower towers because you want them to just buff your totems, not the I believe the monsters. And then you max out the meteor towers for the burning ground. Once we get our ring anoint, we especially leave these like this because they'll freeze the enemies, not just chill them. But basically the strategy is you freeze enemies in place, you use your meteor towers to burn them down, and then you empower those towers so they do more damage.
You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching! You should probably pick that up. Val Orb! Chaos Orb! Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Orb! Orb! Val Orb! Chaos Orb! Orb fusing! Orb of fusing! Blower's bubble! That's a flash! Orb of scouring! You should probably pick that up.
Never not seen someone killing the monsters themselves in Blight. There's a lot of videos on this online, but the basic strategy, like I said, is you want 2 ring anoints. One is meteor towers create burning ground for 3 seconds, and then the other is anoint on your ring that says like your chilling towers freeze enemies in place for 2 seconds or whatever. And then essentially you just you put down a chilling tower near where enemies will be, put down a meteor tower, you know, a distance away. And then you try to empower both of those with the green tower, and that's the basic strat. And then you weave in some like lightning towers and minion towers and stuff like that, just for some variety damage. But the strat is the burning ground from the meteor towers is what kills the enemies as they're frozen in place, and that burning ground actually affects the flame mobs too because it's a different type of damage. Okay. Close to having our ring anoint. Yep, that's basically why you do this, is when you do the Blight Ravage maps, you actually don't want to engage with the mobs at all. So like if I get a Blight Ravage map, you'll see me do that today once I have... You really need the 2 anoints on the rings to make it work. Right now, I don't need it in Blight, regular Blighted maps, but we'll definitely want it if we do a Blight Ravage. But yeah, that's the trick. You use that strategy to kind of trivialize a Blight Ravage map. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I want to do this, so... Alright, we need to quality up our assassins. Oh wait, am I gonna have to use 20 on these? I think they changed this, right? Yeah. Yeah, I have to actually burn 20 on this guy. Alright, well we're gonna do our support gems first. I don't think Pulverize does. Let's see. Pulverize is only 19. Back, we'll just go ahead and do that. All of these I have to actually burn gems on. Yeah, we actually don't have that many. We can... I guess I'll burn all of these on Assassin's Mark. It is for support gems, but for primary skills, they changed it where you can't do the recipe on primary skills, only on supports. Oh yeah, it blocked your link, sorry. New Bloodline Ascends posted. I found a weird Cyclone Gladiator build that looks cool. Alright, let's see. Bloodline Ascendancy. Let's go to Discord. Thanks, Leor, for the sub. Bloodline Ascends. Heist weapons in or out for Cyclone? I'm not seeing anything yet on new Ascendancy info. I'm looking on Reddit right now. Let me check main path of exile. Reddit. Yeah, I don't see any new Bloodline. I don't see a post by GGG on the PoE Discord. Wait, there it is. They just posted it. Okay. I'll bring it up on stream in a sec. Second. Yeah, I'm just swapping some stuff over. Alright. Zoom in on this a little bit. Whoa. 25% increased Warcry speed. 2% increased attack speed per minion up to a maximum of 80%. Minions deal 80% increased damage if you have Warcried recently. That's fucking crazy for General's Cry. You have 6 minions when everything's maxed out, so that's only like 12%. But 80% increased damage if you've Warcried recently, where our Warcry is always going off. That's kind of nutty. The heist weapons aren't terrible, but I still prefer an Ezomite staff as my base for an endgame weapon. I kind of like Primal Roar is kind of crazy, and we get increased Warcry speed. That's kind of crazy. That like these 2 points look like a pretty good way to scale some GC damage. Lycia Bloodline. Yeah, this looks like some nice Ellie to Chaos stuff. Yeah, this looks like it might be something interesting for our build. I'm particularly looking at Primal Roar. That's a ton of damage for our GC. I like this too, and this is like where the build is going to need a real boost is in its single target, right? So like when I'm looking at Ascendancy stuff right now, I'm trying to think like, I know mapping's going to be fine. What's going to really help us push boss damage? And this is pretty crazy. This is a lot of damage for General's Cry. This seems a bit, not us. Delirious Bloodline. Grants level 20 Misty Reflection. Dash backwards, leaving a short-lived Misty copy of yourself. Interesting. 40% less damage from hits. 4 seconds after each hit you take, lose life equal to 40%. Yeah, so far this one seems the most appealing to me. Isn't the Schizo one like Progenesis? You're talking about down here. That is kind of like a Progenesis. Non-cluster jewels socketed in your passive skill tree have no effect. This one's unfortunate. Thanks, Shui, for the follow. This one's unfortunate because we use, we do use a lot of jewels that are non-clusters in our tree, right? So we use a Storm Shroud, we use a Watcher's Eye, we use 2, potentially 1 with a Stygian or 2 in the tree for elemental ailment immunity to work with Storm Shroud. So I think you still run a Progenesis. We'd have to give up elemental ailment immunity, we'd have to give up our Watcher's Eye, we'd have to give up a lot for this, and I'd rather just run a Progenesis. Katarina Bloodline. More minions. Hope you enjoyed, Shui. SRS buff. 2% increased attack and cast speed per summon Raging Spirit. Oh, this is like Zoomancer shit. 15% increased attack damage per raised zombie. 12% increased defenses per raised specter. Yeah, someone pointed that out. Interesting. This is basically like minions shit. %15% increased global defenses. What's the real thing here? Action speed cannot be modified to below its base value if you have equipped boots with no socketed gems. Oh, this is all ward. Honestly, this one right here is the most promising, I think, for the build. I really like these 2 points. 80% increased damage for our 6 on average 2 to 3 general clones. And then we get a little bit of a attack speed, which is a nice little buff. You get 25% increased Warcry speed, which is crazy good, and you get 80% increased damage for the clones. That might be worth giving up impact. Because when we're like on a boss, what we really want is big, like impact gives us like a little bit more damage, but it gives us like AoE. But what I really want on a boss is like more damage. There should be 10 total bloodlines. Yeah, they're still gonna reveal, I think, 2 more. Did they do 2 or 3 during the reveal? I can't remember. Yeah, this is kind of cool, but really the thing that stands out to me the most is Primal Roar. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Alright. I'm gonna grab a drink and use the restroom. I'll be right back. What's the maximum number of summons you can have? So there's like math behind it, but on average, I'd say you're gonna have between like 2 to 3 clones up, actually using an ability at any time. Thanks, Kelly, for the follow. Isn't getting the exact lethal pride a bit hard? It's not hard, it can just be expensive. And there's different values for it. You just have to POB it out. Yeah, the problem the problem with like that schizophrenia one looked pretty good, but we have too many jewels that we use in our passive tree. We can't give that up. We lose our elemental element immunity, our Watcher's Eye. There's a lot. Eventually a Light of Meaning or a Lethal Pride. I wrote exactly in the POB because I got a lot of questions last week, like, what's the value? And I tried explaining to people that you can go into POB and calculate Lethal Pride jewels, and maybe this one's 3% less than this one in terms of damage or whatnot, but I threw an exact number out there. I might do a video on it this league and just show, like, demonstrate how you calculate a gem or a jewel in POB. But yeah, no matter what you put in that jewel slot, whether it's a Light of Meaning or a Lethal Pride, it's going to be expensive. So what's up, ER? I'm doing good. Which 2 points do you give up for the Primal Roar? I don't know what points I'm going to give up. Really depends. If I want a boss, I think you have to keep Headsman. But if I'm just going to map, I think you would keep Impact. Although the Coal just feels so good. But I feel like these are the points you'd look at giving up, depending on what you want to do with your character. Oh, and then, yeah, that's not to mention that you need Flame and Flesh to scale the block, so... Right now, the Oshabi one looks interesting, the Primal Roar looks interesting, but I don't know how good those actually are until they're tested. Everything else from that forum post didn't look too applicable for this particular build. we've been kind of talking about the Foulborn Abyssus.
Put out you mycelium.
I think that that thing is going to be super expensive. If that's possible, we're talking like maybe a mirror.
The blight is trying to spread. Let's see what this tower can really do. Let's see what this tower can really do. The blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. It's branching exile.
Yeah, Reeve, we were looking at the new Ascendancies. A lot of it didn't seem applicable for this build. There was like, I think the Feral Bloodline is probably the most interesting one to look at out of the new info.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. The blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread. Divine power! The blight is trying to spread. It's branching exile. Divine power. Divine power.
Blight is so chill. Be able to get up to 57 rage, so you'd have adrenaline for 5.7 seconds. You can't get 57 rage that fast, right? You'd have to downtime on Intimidate. Well, so we gain 2 rage per hit here. If we were going into something like Oshabi, I would imagine we'd swap around some points on the tree. So there is these rage points right here. You can gain 1 rage on melee hit, and you can actually scale your rage out even further. If these 4 points, you gain 3 more rage on hit. And then there's also, I kind of like, I actually like this one right here because you gain 3 rage on hit, 4 actually, and then you get 1% increased armor for every rage. So this is actually a really juicy one to take right here. Because we're using General's Cry. So General's Cry, they use Sunder. They're clones that spawn that use Sunder. And we have it set up so that the War Cry goes off automatically. Yeah, Lanely, we were looking at the Bloodlines. I kind of went through them at a glance. My gut instinct is the Feral. The Feral Bloodline looks pretty promising. For maybe buffing General's Cry. There's some other stuff in the Feral's Bloodline that could be good synergy overall, like crit scaling. With some, what are they, cheetahs or something that you spawn? I think it was like crit and attack speed. Yeah, you can invest more into Rage on the tree. There's also uniques that can help you scale Rage too. And those might be pretty interesting with the new tree mechanic, changing mods on them.
Cha-ching of alchemy. It's fucking off. Cha-ching. Orb of scouring. You should probably check that out.
Hello.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching here now. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Orb of alchemy. Cha-ching. Stack deck! Stack deck! Cha-ching! Stack deck! Cha-ching! The jump cut is cha-ching!
Salted Orb. Nice. Still want to slam that ring. I think it was the ring I wanted to slam, or the helm, one of the two.
Cha-ching meow! Just a baby meow.
I think I wanted to slam this guy. We'll do that in a minute here.
Godslayer, good day.
Alright, let's slam this and see if we get anything good. Like the worst thing possible. Great game. I see how you truly feel. Hold on. I think we have our silver and our obelisk here. Worked out perfectly. We have our ring annoyance. It's that easy. Lose all rage on maximum, but I don't think it means that you can't gain rage afterwards. So, like, say theoretically you're fighting a giant pack of mobs. No, Cyclone hits a lot, you know, so, but I guess it's only, I guess it's still per second or half second or something, but I could see it being impossible. Yeah, only one hit every 0.5 seconds, so it's possible if you allocate the points. Whether or not it's worth it to drop impact, you have to remember this is 15% more melee damage to enemies. That's more melee damage, you know? So, like, it's a pretty powerful node. Yeah, I was thinking, like, the Primal Roar looks interesting for buffing General's Cry, but that, I don't know. Yeah. I think you could make Oshabi's work. We'd have to spec into more rage on the tree or use like a rage unique to do some shenanigans, I think. What in the world is that map? Yeah. We'd have to POV it out, cause like, you know, I think it could be worth it, but it'd be like how many points you have to give up, and you'd have to justify losing the AoE from impact as well as all the additional damage it grants. So there's a lot that.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, minion players are eating good today. That was a lot of interesting things to play around with for minion builds. Kind of makes me want to theorycraft a minion build, actually. I really do like playing minions in PoE.
Val orb. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Hi, Zero. Cha-ching. 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 Soccer. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Hmm. We'll defer the exalts.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Exalts are so rare, dude. The rest of the rage uniques don't look useful. Yeah, I'd have to sit down and take a look at it. Not a big fan of running too many uniques on a build. So if we're already using Stampede, giving up one of our armor slots already.
Thank you.
The question is like respecing all those points on the tree, running like a rage unique. Is all of that worth running that one Ascendancy over something like Impact? Could be worth it for the adrenaline if you can sustain it. But it's something that you gotta kind of like math out, you know? What's up, Limo? Good evening. Patch notes seem kind. Yeah, the patch notes are really nice. 20% more damage to all gem levels of every version of Cyclone. It's pretty dope. We're eating pretty good.
Branching exile.
Yeah, we were looking at the Bloodlines info, Swinsy. It looks like the Feral Bloodline looks pretty interesting. Might be able to do something with the build using that. I have Malice. Super glad we don't need the all Bloodline. Yeah.
You should probably pick that up. Blood, 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 blood. Cha-ching.
Alright. Double boss. This boss actually kind of sucks. He can suck. Put it that way. Does Warcry speed do anything for the automated version? It does. Still speeds it up. That's what I was saying, that 25% Warcry speed plus the boost to GC damage. I don't know, like, when I'm thinking about when I'm doing the build, right, when I'm playing this build, especially later on in Endgame, I want more single target damage, right? So when I look at something like Impact, the AoE means nothing to me. And the accuracy is kind of mid. So really it's just the more damage to enemies based on proximity. Right, deal up to 50% more melee damage to enemies based on proximity. That's good, but if I can buff my GCs 80% increased damage with 25% Warcry speed, I'd be curious how much more single target damage that is when I'm doing like a T17 boss or something. Because at that point I'm doing so much damage anyway with Cyclone that like the mapping part of it doesn't really matter.
Unpredictability adds that much more spice.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, we were looking at the new Bloodlines. I was interested in the Feral Bloodline. What does the Delirious one do, Nish? Hallucinogenic tendencies? How would that work on bossing though when you're not killing anything? Oh, when it's killed. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, actually. I wonder if that stacks. Because your General's Cry clones die constantly. Is that just capped at 30%? Because that's 30% increased damage, deal 30% less damage. I don't think that's as good as the Warcry one from Feral, but it's not bad. Because if it's capped at 30%, then the Feral one's better. But if it can stack, that's pretty crazy. Oh, okay. You say 30% increased damage or 30% damage, like they... What's the exact wording?
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Thank you.
Yeah, taken is, I believe, more powerful than increase, so yeah, that could be worth it actually.
Cha-ching.
And you get like a little bit of damage reduction, which is pretty good. That could be pretty good. I like the fact that it's got an offensive and defensive aspect to it.
Cha-ching. Last power's bubble. Cha-ching. Last power's bubble.
Nameless Seer. Yeah, that sounds worth, that sounds promising. This is really what you're gonna give me, bro. You're giving me this crap. Like the map. I thought about a crit Cyclone Assassin. Not really. Assassins aren't known for their tankiness, and the thing I like about my build is its tankiness, so I haven't really considered it. Oh my gosh. Blight mobs hurt. Official. They hurts. Oh, spicy. Spicy, spicy, spicy.
You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching! Orb of Scouring! You should probably pick that up. Synthesize. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Fast Lotus Bubble! Cha-ching!
Die in awe. Die.
Was it double Dominus? Oh, what the fuck, dude.
God.
Double Slam? I'm gonna get hit by one of these for sure. No way.
Shrink not from God. Die. The light of divinity.
Is that me in those voice lines? Nah, that's not me. Absolutely not. Bro, this is kind of crazy. Double Dominus? What the fuck?
Cha-ching!
I would have done it with one of those voice changer things. Oh yeah. I actually found the I found those files like on a Reddit post from like several years ago. And I don't know if I don't know if she was hired to do the voice lines or if she was like a PoE enjoyer. But yeah, I just grabbed them and made a loop filter. If I was gonna gamble for any more gear, it'd probably still be a belt.
Hello, hello, hello. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Rip. 422 armor, 143 life. What the heck? That's a lot of HP and life regen. And I can craft on a chaos slash LA resistance. Hello.
Doodles.
That's a ton of armor on that belt. decent life regen. Another annoying map. Things I do for Atlas progression. You guys suck. Okay. Hey, I forgot to look at ritual on that last map. Remember to do that.
This time, it'll be you begging for your life.
God must turn.
You're done.
Every time you kill me, I just come back stronger.
Thanks, Budger. Yeah, follow.
Go on.
I am well acquainted with death.
Somehow, trusting this Riker Maloney feels like a mistake.
Wow, the ritual's still going. Dead yet? Guy right here. Gonna start your build this upcoming league. Glad to hear it, nerd. I hope you have a lot of fun playing it. Are any of the new Bloodline classes good for this build? I'm not sure. We've been talking about potentially the Oshabi one that scales or consume your rage for adrenaline. And then the new Bloodlines dropped today. I was looking at I'm interested in the Feral Bloodline. Looking at some of the stuff in there.
That's a fact. Cha-ching. Chaos Orb.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far down you'll be able to delve with it, but I would imagine you can go a respectable amount. For like true deep delving though, I think you'll probably need another build.
Oh.
Yeah, I think for 350 you're gonna be fine. The 80% increased GC damage diluted because it's increased. I don't know if diluted is the word I would use. It's just increased damage. It's not like a multiplier. It's hard to say. We don't really scale minion damage. You know, they're a minion. And we have like no minion damage on the build, so usually they scale off of your, like your attack speed, your increased phys damage, things like that. But yeah, I'm not even sure if minion damage would affect them actually. I don't know if they're I've never tried scaling GC as a minion. So it may not even be worthwhile. It may not work.
Let's reduce this piece of shit.
Yeah, it's not a minion skill, so I'm not sure. Your Pantheon choice depends largely on like where you're at with the build right now. So typically, I take Brine King for the freeze immunity until I have elemental element immunity, and then I could have sworn I had that in the POV. Let's see. Yeah, it's in the POV. Like on the 90 crit version, you go Brine King and Ralakash. Crit conversion. By this point, you have elemental element immunity, so you swap over to Arakali and Ralakash. And you're pretty much going to roll with that for the rest of the build. Goes in there. So Feral doesn't work other than the Warcry node? I'm not sure. I don't know if people run GC builds with like minion modifiers. You have some way to work with it, but is it worth? I don't know. Yeah, no problem. Like I could have sworn I had it in there, so. Anything good from Ritual? I guess we can finally take this thing. Probably defer the GCPs because we're going to need those. Oh, sorry. According to Wiki, they are not minions that don't gain from minion stats. It doesn't surprise me. I got more excited than I should have.
Bring death.
think after this map, I'll do another Blight map. We have that T16 Blighted map I want to run because we might get a Blight Ravage from it, so pretty good.
I can't do this this year.
We have both our ring enchants now, so pretty good about that. Old knockback shrine.
Even break a sweat.
Orb fusing.
It gives us lucky block, so we get a lot more attack and spell block. Excuse me.
Orb fusing.
Okay.
Put out new mycelium. New roots. Let them use the purification pump.
No.
Do not
Maybe
let
too
them
much.
use the purification
Too much.
pump.
Must protect the pump at all costs.
Hi, Tira. You should probably pick us more. You should probably pick that up. Cha-ching. That's a flask. Cha-ching. Scarab. Cha-ching. Scarab. Oh, Scarab.
She almost original sin, 50% elemental chaos. Yeah, that'd be interesting for elemental builds. Do you go for AoE or care less about it? AoE is good, but I don't get crazy about it. Let's go Cyclone Daddy. I wasn't going to play this X pack and saw the buff and was like, well, here we go. Yeah. Time to log in for Cyclone.
Cha-ching.
I can't do this just yet.
Hi, T-Row. It's fucking awful. Hi, T-Row. Fractured item.
Damage doesn't feel amazing right now, but I also don't have like 6 link going.
Let's take a look.
Damage feels like alright right now. I would like to get a 6 link going, but RNG. I was looking at the new Feral Bloodline. I think that it could work. Got to do this one.
Let's take a look.
8,000. It's a shame the base is terrible on that. Warlord influenced amulet. Take that. You gotta remember, this is like SSF, so I'm missing, at this point on day 3 on trade, I'd have 6 links. I'd have a slightly better weapon. All my gems would be qualityed up. I'd have the actual Eldritch influences on my gear that I want to have. SSF is a bit slower pace, at least for me. There we go, melee hits have chance to fortify. Alright, dude. It's pretty good. Finally getting something here. Alright, so we can drop fortify from our setup here. Start running brutality. It's pretty huge. That was a win. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Wow, I came back just in time. Thank you, Robsta. Amazing. Alright. Checking on a few things. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and run this blighted map. Maybe we get a blight ravage from this. We only need one more map to unlock our third Atlas tree, and then I can start farming boss maps, the other two void stones. So I think we'll do that after this blighted map, set up a boss Atlas tree, and then I can start farming up all the Guardian maps and Maven invitations and stuff.
The blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
I've blown 250k gold gambling at Fossis for random staff instead of random war staff. Oh no, dude, that sucks, Supreme. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean that's why. Yeah, it's good to get the practice in. That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear that. That's rough. Hey, now you know though. Now you know.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Yeah, better today than next week for sure.
Blight is trying to
For
spread.
sure.
It's crushing exile.
Jumping guy sucks.
Put out new mycelium.
Need more like light towers over in this area.
Crunching exile.
Can I call him before he gets to pump is the question.
Not let them reach the purification pump. Divine power.
Worried about this northern area up here. There's like no pumps. Alright, finally.
It's mycelium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread!
I think the new Bloodlines would work for replacing Stampede boots. Doesn't change the fact that Tumult, I don't see anything that, like, action speed doesn't equate to the movement speed reduction. Well, maybe. I think that does, right? Negate the, well, it makes us not be able to move faster than base speed, but it doesn't change the fact that our movement speed would be really slow. I'm not sure.
Cha-ching! Hi, Tina! Chaos orb. Cha-ching! Stack! Chaos orb. Orb of scouring. Prism. Viability. Cha-ching! You should probably pick that up. You should probably pick that up. Orb of scouring. Orb of regret. Chaos orb. Stack deck. Cha-ching. You should probably pick that up. Chaos orb. Fractured item.
Alright. This should unlock our last Ascendancy. Our last Atlas tree, I should say.
Cha-ching. 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 Fractured item. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Let's see what this tower can really do. The blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
Divination card. Cha-ching. Alchemy. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Very valuable item. Synthesized item. Shiny. Shiny. Orb of alchemy. Shiny. Shiny. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Probably beneficial to get town going at this point. I think I've gambled pretty much as best of items I'm gonna get. I guess I could still gamble for a decent chest.
Orb of alteration.
But what I really need is like, I guess it'd be worth gambling still for a decent chest because I want to do, I think I want to do my first 6-link, or attempt a 6-link on a chest. And still try to craft a better weapon. So,
Cha-ching.
yeah. I think I'll gamble a few more chests. And if I get something decent, I'll 6-socket it, and then I'll go from there. I'll try to at least, get a decent.
Cha-ching. Hi, Tina.
And that's our third Atlas tree unlocked. Good Atlas progression.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Any nice new Ascendancy points for our build? Nothing that I can definitively say yet. There's some interesting stuff, but nothing that really stands out as like, oh, we have to swap for this. This map should be a lot of fun. Oh shit.
Or the balcony. Cha-ching. Not net card. Orb of fusing. Cha-ching. 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 Val orb. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
What bloodline do you think is more promising for the build? The rage one looks interesting right now. If we can sustain the rage. Because you lose all maximum rage, so it's like how quickly... The question is how quickly can you regain rage, you know? Barrel's bloodline has some interesting things that I'll have to take a look at later. That's why I think the adrenaline thing, the rage one, I think will be good. It depends on how quickly we can regain our rage and how you would set that up. Because losing max rage, I don't know if that's worth the trade-off for adrenaline and not having rage. You have to be able to gain rage back super quick so you can keep that sustain going. Essentially the way that in my head that makes sense is that whenever you lose your rage, by the time your adrenaline falls off, you've capped again. Reset it. Guys, spicy. That's because he's temporal shit.
Fractured item.
Nameless Seer. What's up, buddy? Oh, why did I Maven witness her? I hate this boss in Invitation. It sucks. Yeah, I saw the new Bloodlines Ace. Welcome back. Didn't really see anything yet that really strikes me like, oh, this is like a game breaking thing, but shall see.
Exile?
Yeah, like in terms of this build, I didn't see anything where I was like, oh, that's like, you know,
Hello, hello.
gonna change the script, flip the script on everything.
Oh dear. Doubt even I could sell that. Good luck to you. What have you got for me? I'd consider that a win.
Yeah, the Feral Bloodline looks interesting. I'd have to evaluate all the stuff there and see if anything makes sense. I do like that this is a 5 link with an extra socket, so I might try to craft on this. Life rolls tragic. Oh, it's hybrid life. I'd rather have a straight life roll. How much you give? I don't know about how many tigers you can have. Question on your PvP: shouldn't the cast when damage taken not be level 20? I thought it needed to be 7 to actually proc when you want to needed it. Yeah, I gotta adjust the values in the PvP. But like you can see right now, I'm using like 5 and 7, 5 and 3 actually. Might increase this because I have a lot more HP now. But I've been running 5 and 3 for a minute. Alright. Have any maps I can complete? I guess we'll just farm boss maps. Mesa is a fun map, we'll do this. Yeah, the Tigers one looks pretty interesting. Like I said, Feral Bloodline looks interesting. As far as like the rest of the stuff they previewed today, I was kind of like, eh, not so much. There's a Delirious one where you spawn a clone of yourself that causes anything I guess near it to take 30% more damage, and you take 30% less damage. That could be interesting. For like bossing. Yeah, for like Ubers, that could be really good. Tiger one sounds pretty interesting. Oh, I didn't kill everything. I thought I did. But I'm missing this guy. Yeah, I think the rage one could be good. I just the problem is like the rage I think is only good as long as by the time the adrenaline falls off, you've recovered your rage and it resets. Like you'd have to create up a loop. You'd have to create a loop of everlasting rage gain and adrenaline uptime. And I think that could be pretty insane.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Time to up the stakes. Wither away. Absorb pain.
What's this piece of shit?
I think testing on bosses would be pretty good.
Bring death.
Cha-ching. Hi, T-Row. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
Would you on the Giga in-game drop the 75% crit multi-abyssus helmet for one without the increased phys damage taken and a new Valborn stat? Of course I would. That sounds like a perfect scenario. It'll probably cost a ton of money. As long as they don't make testing bloodlines harder than it needs to be, like you unlock a bloodline, you don't have to keep unlocking it. Yeah. They didn't really talk about, like, I guess you just kill the boss, but, like, do you have to go run lab or something to do it? Like, who knows? I don't know how that works. I would imagine, in true PoE fashion, you have to go kill the boss again. Or you have to kill a boss to unlock the option to do it, but we'll see how they actually implement it. And Mirror Abyss is coming our way. Yeah. That's my worry, right?
Time to up the stakes. Die, flesh.
You are being selfish.
To prove best.
Oh, but once you unlock a bloodline, you keep it and can respec into each one to try everything. That would be ideal. I don't know if GGG is gonna be that kind. We'll find out though.
Grand game. I'll run this. The stink of battle fills the air. Oh, gift because
Even if they don't let us do that, I could give it a week before Reddit screeches. Yeah, I mean, it would be. I'll be interested to see how they allow us to swap through things. Kind of skeptical it's going to be super easy, but who knows? You never know with this game. Might be. This is one of my least favorite maps. Not gonna lie. We have to remember that we have to kill bosses with bloodlines. Like for the Feral Blind, we need to kill Feral for ultimate. Yeah. My worry is that if you want to spec into something else in Feral, do you have to rerun it like you would Lab? I guess you don't. Once you unlock the tree, I would imagine you just kill. So this is my thought process. I imagine you kill the boss and the tree is unlocked, and then you can always spec into it. Because like right now, if you're a Slayer and you want to swap your points around, you just use, you know, respecialization or regrets. You don't have to actually go run Lab again. You only have to do it if you want to change Ascendancy. So I actually think like once we unlock the Ascendancies, they'll just be available. Yeah, I don't know where on the UI it'll be, but I imagine it's going to be like an easy swap. Alright, Fairgraves. Where are you, bro? You're over here. This map is one of my least favorite maps in the game. It's truly awful.
Orb of alteration. Chaos orb. Verbal orb. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
It's like I always get lost trying to find the one pack that's left so that I can fight Fairgraves. It's so frustrating.
Orb of alteration.
I hate the map with the fast spawn that tell. Oh, I did that one earlier, right before stream. It was like a tier 3 though, so my clones killed it pretty easy. It's not too bad with this build because we've got the clones, but yeah, it's still pretty terrible. I haven't tried Blight with those scarabs. I don't know what scarabs I currently have on this run. I probably don't have much.
Orb of alteration. Cha-ching! Orb of adoration! Chaos Orb. Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Chaos Orb.
I hate this map.
Orb of adoration! Chaos Orb.
Hey, final paragraphs.
Hi, T-Rod!
Thanks, Spring, for the follow. Thanks, Cuddly. Follow. I meant before you started the SSF run. Nah, I haven't. I haven't really done Blight seriously as a league mechanic, which is kind of why I want to do Blight and Ritual beginning of next league.
Hail, Godslayer!
How's rage working now? What would that increase it more attack damage? So if we put it into damage floor, where should it be? I'm not sure what you're asking, Pepe. If you're asking me like what does rage do, essentially rage gives you like 1% more attack damage per rage, right? So you have 40 rage, you have like 40% more attack damage. Pretty big multiplier. Yeah. Alright, let's go do this temple. Bosses are possessed, this is gonna be crazy. Oh. How did I forget about this? We need our Polyon. Or we need our Shockwave MTX. Most importantly, we need Blue Sunda! Blue Sunda! Look at those Sunders. Oh. Now we got Pulverize going. Sunda.
Orb of regret.
Hi Snovix, I used your build for my first PoE1 league in 3.26 and had a blast. I made some tweaks, and as the league progressed, and was wondering why you swapped Sunder for Ground Slam with Earth Shaking. I actually want to clear more before we do the boss to spawn more. To me, it just has better AoE clear when I'm mapping, so I prefer it, and its damage is a little bit better than Sunder. Even though Sunder has this amazing MTX.
That's a flask. Hi, Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Sunda. Sunda.
Hi, T-Row. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, it's basically the AoE. I just think that the conal clear, I like that wide conal clear, because obviously if you look at Sunder here, it's like a straight line. And typically what I'm wanting when I'm mapping is just a little bit of extra help with some stragglers near me. Blue Sunda. Blue Sunda.
Time to up the stakes.
Sunda.
I am filthy fucking rich.
Yeah, it's just a slightly better gem, better damage, in my opinion, better AoE. Sunder is perfectly fine. You know, it's nice because we level with Sunder, and then when we make the Cyclone swap, you can just throw it right into your setup.
That's
On something like SSF like this, like I'll just use Sunder because the only way I'm going back to lab is if I happen to get Stampede boots to drop, and I'm gonna farm for Tumult anyways.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Yeah, that was kind of my take on the Bloodlines. I don't see anything that's really popping. The Rage one looks interesting if you can sustain the Rage and create an Adrenaline loop. There's some Feral stuff that could be interesting, but Slayer provides such a comprehensive hit for Cyclone that I'm just like, I don't know.
Time to up the stakes. A private citadel.
That's it, like the most annoying boss that could spawn is the dude with the totems on this fight.
Duplicate attack. A game of gods.
Hi, T-Row.
A private citadel. Gravity.
Regal Orb.
Duplicate attack.
Am I going SSF or trade? It's really hard for me to pass on asynchronous trade. Like I've been wanting to go SSF on League Start for a while now, but trade system's gonna be so good, you know?
Gravity. A private citadel.
I feel like Venters is like a very common drop for me in particular. I see quite a few of them every time I do one of these runs. I checked the POB about numbers. If we take Adrenaline Rage, Ascendancy to event back. If we have Adrenaline at least 22 Rage, it has the same damage. We can stuck more Rage, but the problem is that how long we need to stuck Rage for Adrenaline, how fast we regain Rage. Yeah, like I said, it's something I'd have to test before I know like how good it actually sounds. It sounds good, like, oh, lots of Adrenaline. Or Adrenaline for X amount of time, but it's like, you're giving up a lot of Rage. Rage is really good. How quickly can you regain it? Yeah, and the problem is, like, once you start getting into the endgame version of the build, the points are very tight on the tree. Like, they're extremely tight. So it's like, usually the points are solving a lot of problems. So, giving up 7 points is a huge investment. Another Valdo's puzzle box. Crazy.
You are being selfish.
Orb of scouring. Shape melt.
Question: in the POB, the staff master note, it says we need to take 20% chance to double stun. I don't see that in my list in game. The POB in the staff mastery note, it says to take 20% chance to double stun. I don't believe that's something I should be telling you to do. Yeah, it should be increase life and recover life on those. Crit multi, I can see that early on. Yeah, I don't have that in the POB. How can we get 8 per hit? Oh, it's by taking a bunch of nodes on the tree. I believe it's taking 1 here plus 3 here, so that's 4. Well, there's 2 rage on hit here, intimidate, and then you get another 1 on hit, 2, so that's 5. Oh, stream is on game. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for the call out. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have in the staff mastery stun, against the stun. But yeah, you pick up another 3 here, get 1 rage on melee hit, 2 rage on melee hit, so that's 3 plus 2 is 5. This one's a little deceptive, because that's 6. You can get like 6 here, unless you're looking at another rage. Probably looking at this right here, huh? The savage intensity. You rage on hit there. The link under the YouTube streams, the POB indeed says to take double stun duration. For a staff mastery. Which loadout is that on? Because I'm not seeing it even on the one in the POB. Or the one in the YouTube description. Which level 95? The crit or the PDR version? I don't see that. I see increase maximum life on the right staff mastery, and I see recover the life on the left staff mastery. Are you did you load the POB into the actual path of building application, or are you just looking at it when you click on the link? Yeah, that's a glitch with the website. I see what you're talking about, but it's not actually in the POB. Yeah, it's fortunately it's that's a problem with their website displaying it, but if you actually open it up in the app, it's what it should be. Are you saying that you're seeing that when you open up in POB, you're actually seeing not what I'm talking about, but what it sees on the website? Pepe? Yeah. It's weird. One should write a letter, an email to the website devs over there. Tell them what the hell is going on.
Cha-ching. Divine orb.
My first divine orb I've seen drop on this character.
Cha-ching.
Kind of crazy. I saw so many on the other run a week ago.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Cha-ching.
It's one of the old ones. It's something on their back end then, yeah.
Cha-ching. Use this piece of shit. Shit. I am filthy fucking bad.
Ooh, Sunda. Sunda. It's a good time for me to learn this better today than next week. Yeah, I go for the recover life. So the first one I like to take is this red one because we get a lot of increased life from the sockets on our weapon. The new one, I think, for 3.26. And then I like to take the recover 2% life when you block. Since we're blocking a lot, it's just like really good life recovery.
Cha-ching.
So that plus leech plus the life regen we have feels pretty good.
Cha-ching.
Sunda.
Chaos orb. Cha-ching.
Oh yeah, guys. The build is feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. It's only gonna feel better in a couple days. And I don't even have a 6-link yet.
I can't do this just yet.
Time to up the stakes. Gravity.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, check the last video build POB and it has a mistaken chance of double stun duration instead of 30% increased event. Yeah, I think it's something wrong with the website. If you load it up in the app, it has the right information. So alright, it's that time. Been putting it off, but it's time to set up town.
I'm next.
Okay, let's go in.
Who would you like to hire? They can start immediately, and I'll get
Okay.
everything filled out later.
It's Farmer.
One more for King's March.
Or boat.
Great choice. They can start immediately, and I'll get everything filled out later. Promising pick.
Smelter.
Great choice. One more for King's March.
The last. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer. A good apprentice for Danik. Sonya will make good use of them. I'll add it to our balance.
My voice makes your knees weak. I appreciate that, Dante.
These begin.
Let's see here.
A wise assignment. One more for the mines. One more for the mines. Farewell, hail.
guess I should go talk to some people.
Huh? Who's that?
Just a little tighter with Blight. Phew. Ah, this.
Combinator is now in your hideout. Nice.
Hail! We've got a promising list of picks. Great choice. One more for King's March. Sonya will make good use of them.
Oh, I didn't assign crops. I was wondering why nothing's happening. Lock it in.
That will do nicely. Hail! Who would you like to hire? Let me just grab the next few applications. Promising pick. I'll give them the tour. Sonya will make good use of them. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer. One more for the mines.
The fair Maryling should be sailing high.
Not really. The Bloodlines seem a little underwhelming for Cyclone. At least my Cyclone. There's a few that I'm kind of looking at, but until we can actually test things out, I'm not quite sure what's going to be worth it and what's not going to be worth it.
Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work. A good apprentice for Danig. A wise assignment. Yes, we've got a promising list of picks. Let me just grab the next few applications. Oh, it's a cornucopia of talent. I'll handle their induction right away. Sonya will make good use of them. We've got a promising list of picks. I'll handle their induction right away. Sonya will make good use of them. Yes, we've got a promising list of picks. Here's the next set. I'll get right on that paperwork. One more for King's March. A wise assignment.
Thanks, Zoro, for the sub. Alright guys, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Can't do this just yet.
Looking forward to trying Cyclone again this league. Last time I played it was Legion. That's what I've been hearing from a lot of people. It's like the last time I played was Legion, or even Breach. Someone said the last time they played was Breach. I heard a Ritual from another. Yeah, for a lot of people it's been a long time since they played the Cyclone. I played it since 3.25. It's been pretty good. 3.25 it was okay. 3.26 it was great. Legion Cyclone was, yeah, Legion Cyclone was like, historic. Doing the 5-way runs. I didn't even play it in Legion, my buddy did. Back then, all I played was skeleton builds. I was a skeleton mage, Andy game. Thanks, Wub, for the follow.
Just a 5 lane.
Actually, kind of afraid of. Map mods on this were pretty crazy. Got like the worst possible bosses here. Yikes. Thanks, Giovanni, for the follow. Dude, I don't even know. I made a video on, so I played a little bit of PoE 2 in 0.3, and I made a Cyclone build in PoE 2. Well, other people had pretty much like made the build. I just kind of like fixed it after they tried to. Basically, there's a build you can play in PoE 2 that's like Cyclone, and I essentially fixed it after they tried to nerf it into the ground in 0.3. I made it like playable again. And I was playing that for a while, but it is not the same as playing actual Cyclone in PoE 1. I don't think they're gonna put Cyclone in PoE 2. They don't want 1-button or 2-button builds, so. Thanks, Sam, for the follow.
Cha-ching.
Well, I can show you, like, let me pull up YouTube. I'll show you, like, the thing I was playing. So this was, this is Cyclone and PoE. This is the Cyclone I was playing in PoE too, what I made. I think it's funny that they don't want 1 to 2 button builds when the last 2 PoE2 leagues have been, yeah, I know, right? So it kind of plays like Cyclone, but it's not really Cyclone, you know? So here's some more of what it looks like. But it effectively was like you just run around using one ability and everything dies. Yeah, because it's not really Cyclone. Basically, you have to use, see, did you see what I did right there? This is how janky it is. So you have to cast one ability against terrain. You can't even cast it. You have to cast one of these abilities against terrain to create a giant whirlwind. And then you have to use the other ability inside of it to snapshot it and then be able to have that AoE when you use the second ability. So what you see I created that big one and then I used the second ability and it travels with me. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the actual ability has an incredibly small, it has an incredibly small AoE. So see, that's what the skill actually looks like right there. It's very small. And then I have to cast a second ability against this pillar. I do that right there. That creates the giant one. And then I have to use that first ability that was really small inside of it, and it snapshots it, and then I have a large whirlwind. Yeah, I know, it's it's incredibly janky. But that's how I was playing Cyclone and PoE 2 over the summer. And I did, like, do pretty much a lot of stuff, but I got bored because there's not much of an end game. But yeah, this is Cyclone and PoE 2 right now. If you want to play Cyclone, this is as good as it gets. Let's look at how my character moves, because you're not actually spinning. You're doing like a whirling slash attack. So you look like you're basically like running on the ground or something. I don't know. It's very weird. And then you can use that tornado ability when you need to nuke mobs down. You can see me try and fail to snapshot the ability there. Because, yeah, I invented a bicycle. Yeah. You can see I tried to snapshot it there, but sometimes when you use that big ability against terrain, it doesn't actually work. So I try to snapshot it again. So here I am. I have to stop what I'm doing. And then I can snapshot the big whirlwind. Dude. Yeah. That's as good as it gets in PoE 2. It's pretty sad, right? Yeah. And then you go to PoE 1 and you can just actually play Cyclone. I don't know. I don't know, man. I keep, you know, keep giving PoE 2 a shot every league. It is getting better every league, so I think it just needs time to cook.
Orb of scouring.
How it moves is the best thing. Yeah, it moves ridiculous. Like it's really, yeah, it's something else. Because it's not meant to be used that way. I think that the intention of the skill is not meant to be used the way that I was doing it there, so it just looks weird. I do have a POB for it, actually. This is the... Let me open it up real quick and then I'll swap over. So this is... the Whirling Slash character. I have a POB that has like... it's like a full build. Like, so I had like a leveling loadout. And how you would level the build. A level 90 budget version. And a level, like an endgame min-maxed version. All the breakdown. The trick to make it work, because the skill is incredibly slow, is you're basically, where is it? It's been a second since I've done this. You're taking this increased attack speed per 250 accuracy, and you're stacking a ton of accuracy on the build, because you gotta get your attack speed so high to make it actually move quickly. So you basically take this and scale as much accuracy on the tree as you can. And then obviously Deadeye was the thing to play in 0.3, so we're taking advantage of, you know, called shots and all that kind of stuff, the tailwind and all and everything. But that's the character. If you want it, there it is. Yeah, you basically got to scale a shit ton of his attack speed. And there's like a pair of unique gloves that you use too. Because essentially you do this trick where you... it's kind of like the Oshabi. It's actually basically the Oshabi Ascendancy we've been talking about. You max out your rage and then lose all your rage, but then you gain like... increased... you gain like... well, it's not really like Oshabi. They have a pair of gloves in PoE 2 where you max all your rage and then lose it, but you gain a random charge, like either a frenzy charge or an endurance charge or whatever. And then the more charges you have, the more like accuracy you have, I believe, or attack speed, one of the two. You use that to basically generate a shit ton of frenzy charges all the time. And then you're Deadeye, so you just have lots of frenzy charges. Thanks to PoE 2, I rediscovered PoE 1 after having tried it once a couple years ago. Now I'm just all in with these games. Yeah. What does this build struggle with in Endgame? I was thinking about giving it a shot instead of my original Wander. Basically, it's just expensive. Like, to push it into T17s and Ubers, it's just going to cost you money. It's a great league starter. It handles, like, everything good with Atlas progression, Void Stones, you know, T16 farming strategies and all that kind of stuff. But if you want to get into like juice T17s and Ubers, it's just a matter of currency investment into the build. You're gonna have to craft a really good weapon for damage, and that's gonna be expensive. And then you're gonna want to pick up, you know, the flame flesh jewels to scale your block, as well as a progenesis. So those two things are also expensive. That gives you like the comfy defenses you're gonna want in harder content. Thanks, Jason, for the sub. Probably going to be doing Legion into Box Misery again since they weren't nerfed. Yeah. I still don't know what I'm going to do for my farming strategy. Thanks, Harambe, for the follow. I really want to play SSF. Like, I'm playing it right now and I'm having a lot of fun, but I kind of feel like I have to play the trade for asynchronous trade. You know, having played PoE for like a decade, I almost can't miss out on the first league we have that, you know? But every league I want to start SSF. I have a lot of fun playing SSF. I mean, I've been playing this character since Friday and I've already, you know, got into T16s and I'm just kind of like doing farm strategies now. I'm grinding, right now I'm actually grinding out the maps I need to do my last 2 Void Stones.
How's the trail?
Strategy Red Post and really want to try something I haven't done before, so it's either minions or this. I've played KB before a few times. It's a great league starter. If you're just looking for something to get your 4 Void Stones, make a bunch of currency, doing T16 and stuff like that, it's a lot of fun. Minions are also really good, so...
How's the trail?
Yeah, I don't think I can pass on async trade. And keep in mind, everything you're seeing right now is, you should have a better experience than me right now. Like, you know, I have no 6 links. My gear is not really the best optimized. I know minions are good and they look even better now. I just don't think I can handle the minion playstyle. Yeah, it depends on what minion build you play. Some are very button intensive and some are very like kind of set it and forget it.
Hurry, same as always. Duplicate attack. The void in you. No rest. Ah, hilarious.
Good old Katava. Katava. I wasn't even using General's Cry. There's the blue Sunder. There's my blue Sunder. Sunder.
Another enemy. Chasing dead.
Love the blue Sunder.
Duplicate attack.
That poison damage from the spider dude is ripping me up here.
Hilarious. The void imbued. Chasing dead. Until next time.
This piece of shit. Hi, T-Rob.
I can't do this just yet.
Cha-ching.
Time to up the stakes. Take this vitality. Of the infinite.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Godslayer, good day.
Hail.
How much full DPS trivializes T16 maps to the point where more is not needed, like 15 mil? I think 15 mil is probably overkill for T16. Like right now I'm doing T16s and I'm not trivializing the map. I mean, I kind of am. It depends on the mods. Like it doesn't feel too bad. I definitely could have more damage right now. I wonder how much character, like actual damage my character has at the moment. We could import it into POV after this and see. I definitely feel like I need at least triple this for it to feel like super breezy.
That's a fast.
But like I said, I don't even have 5 links yet, or I'm sorry, 6 links yet on this character. My gems aren't fully qualityed, and I don't have the right kind of gear set up. SSF. Sunda. Actually, let's look at it right now. So if I open up POV, let's import my character. So this is my current character that you're watching. And let's cry, enabled, Cyclone, old. Say I have max rage. So yeah, we're like at 800k DPS, just like with rage configured. You know, you can throw in power charges because I have Assassin's Mark. Like, they're about like around 1,000,000 DPS right now. You could assume like full pride effect. Yeah. It's like I'm at around 1,000,000 damage right now, basically. So I feel like if you had 5 to 7 million DPS, like T16s are easy breezy. You don't need a lot of damage for T16s. That's why I was saying like doing this in SSF right now in T16s, and I have like a million damage on this character. All my buffs aren't up, so.
Cha-ching! What's the useless piece of shit?
I'd say like probably 5 to 10 million somewhere in there. You're gonna feel real cozy in T16s. That's like 5 to 10 times the damage I have on this character.
Do this just yet.
Bro. Got lightning. Bro with lightning tapped me.
Our savior, you.
Yeah, that's why I make these SSF characters, so you guys are seeing the build right now, and it's like, you're seeing the build now, and it's like lowest potential, because it's SSF. I don't have any access to the stuff that we'll all have in a week on trade, so you get to see the build at its low end. Can corrupted items change socket like color? They can. There's special currency you use for rolling sockets and the color of sockets on corrupted items. It's called tainted currency, and it comes from doing the beyond mechanic. But yeah, you use like tainted chromes or tainted jewelers orbs and things like that to re-roll sockets and colors, and you know, link the sockets and stuff on corrupted items. So there's currency that exists for that. You can also use your crafting bench. You can put, you know, when you do the recipes in the crafting bench on a corrupted item, it'll take bow orbs and then the corresponding whatever currency to like change the colors or do stuff like that.
Time to up the stakes. Amount of my might.
What's the useless piece of shit?
Yeah, no problem, cable guy. No problemo. Corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you. Increase melee damage and increase global fizz damage. Corrupted blood cannot be inflicted on you. Hello. It's a shame that third mod is garbage, but I'm trying to think. If I take 3 more points up here to grab a 5th endurance charge, it does unlock that jewel socket for me pretty easily. Interesting jewel. Deck stack Cyclone is something you would probably play to scale into the end game for lots of damage. Usually stat stacking builds are pretty expensive in PoE, so it's something that you would farm currency for and get all the items you need, and then you would transition to something like that. It would have like a lot more damage.
Orb of scouring. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Divine vessel. I am filthy fucking wrecked.
I love maps with lots of doors. Bloodlines are so disappointing. For this build, kind of, yeah. It's unfortunate.
Cha-ching.
I didn't really see anything that stood out to me like, oh, I've got to try this for my build. Which is kind of sad.
Just to use this piece of shit.
I think there's like a few things that look interesting. It might be worth testing, but as far as like, oh, this is going to be super broken or super cool to do, nah. Not really. It was really sad.
Time to up the stakes. Grapple or strangle. A veil of safety.
Just in case, because it's all fucking crazy in here right now.
Take this vitality balloon.
I've got big boss, Act 9 boss in here. Too much minion stuff in the bloodlines. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff brought minions in there. Minion enthusiasts are eating large right now. Yeah, they have so much that they can look at and do. I feel like not so much for us. Which is unfortunate. It's all minion. There is like a disproportionate amount of like minion, right? Thanks for the sub. Yeah, there's like a disproportionate amount of minion stuff in the bloodlines. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'm happy for minion enthusiasts because I like playing minion too. But yeah, Gazzy's gonna have like 3 days at least just going through all that.
Hi, T-Row. Hit hero. Divine vessel.
Look into getting my other
Cha-ching.
stuff for my divine vessels, Pantheon stuff.
Divination card.
I mean, the 20% more damage is pretty huge. Yeah, that's a pretty nice buff. So Good.
Oh, shiny.
All that chaos damage. Yeah, I'd be interested to see once we have all the info on crafts, because I feel like they're going to be super OP. Maybe not super OP, but I think like it's definitely going to be some borrowed powered. So Mercs were super OP, so I shouldn't have stood there. Mercs are like pure borrowed power, so I don't think it'll be as good as that, but pretty good.
That's a flask. Hi, Timo. Cha-ching. That's a flask.
Time to up the stakes. Mortal flesh is so fallible.
I feel like I get piety all the time.
Feel your life drain away.
Merc was a little too OP. I mean, Merc was pretty good. Merc was pretty good. Arcade. Aren't you supposed to have Blood Rage? I am. So right now I don't have enough gem sockets. I don't want to lose Desecrate. I'm just being lazy. So I have Blood Rage right here. When you're socket starved like I am right now, because I don't have a place to put it, I have a choice. I can give up a movement skill right now, like Leap Slam, and fit Blood Rage back in. But I kind of like having Leap Slam. So I have socket pressure right now, basically. It's like, do I want to give up? Because part of the issue too, I guess I could try running precision without. Nah, it's requiring too much mana. So I'm running precision with arrogance to help out my mana situation, so I can. But I'm just like starved for sockets right now. So I've been running without Blood Rage for the moment. It is like really good. I tried running with just Frostblink earlier and I wasn't really feeling it, but maybe, let's see. The problem is when you weapon swap with Desecrate, you lose the corpses. So you can't do a weapon swap. You have to either swap out Desecrate every time you get to a... Like, the play is, like, I guess, to swap out at the beginning of the map every time, but I just don't want to do that. I'm just being lazy. So I can instead lose Leap Slam.
I can't do this just yet.
And then I have Blood Rage back. I can show you what that feels like. Yeah, like Frostblink is rough by itself. I think I gotta stick with what my gut was. If I can recolor this, I need 3 red and a green on this. Should in theory be doable. Yeah. So like the real answer, I need a blue. Rip. I may not be able to get this with the amount of chromes I have. I need 3 red and a blue. Well, let's see what happens. This one blue socket. How? Really? Game? What are the odds? Go buy some chromes.
Greetings.
How did I manage to... So I think Leap Slam... So here's how it works out in my head, right? I think... The way I think about it is... Yeah. So I don't know, I'm just like... You know, I got 2 5-links. I think Frostblink is better when you have Tumult because it doesn't stop. It doesn't interrupt your stacks, right? So you stack up 5 on Tumult, and then 3 red and a green game. I think Leap Slam technically is better right now, although Frostblink's a nice like way to get out of a dangerous situation. But once you're running Cyclone of Tumult, you don't want to Leap Slam because you lose your 5 stacks, so it gets a little... It probably is better just to do Leap Slam right now. Keep the Blood Rage.
Cha-ching! Orb of Scouring!
But to answer your question, in reality, I've played a lot in the last 3 days. I made this character on Friday, and I played like almost 10 hours yesterday. I played a lot on Friday, so I've just been grinding. If you play this game long enough, like getting 5-links actually isn't really that hard. What did I lose? There it is. I was like, where's my YOLO mouse? Well, yeah, Blood Rage is OP, right? For sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think Frostblink becomes really valuable once you have Tumult going. But you have to also keep in mind I have 2 things going right now. I have the Shrine that's giving me pops, and I also have the so you have the Shrine, and I also have the ore thing showering down meteors, so you know. But yeah, I mean, Blood Rage obviously makes it better.
Time to up the stakes. Take this vitality balloon.
See, that's where like having Frostblink is kind of useful.
I had thought you
Blink around those guys, but yeah. I do agree. I think the Blood Rage play is better right now.
Regal Orb. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
The void protects its children.
Guardian.
No, it's good, but getting a cane with the right mods, be expensive on trade. So you don't like actually need it. You can craft decent weapons, but if you get like a decent cane, especially with a focus roll on it, it's pretty good.
This piece of shit. Cha-ching.
What are your thoughts on juicing nerfs? Top end juicing got nerfed a good bit, especially no longer having Merc's currency buff. I'm not much of like a super, like I don't really get into the whole juicing stuff in game. I'm more of a like a chill T16 or like what I really enjoyed doing last league was doing T16.5s actually. I really don't like T17s at all. But I enjoy like I did enjoy the T16.5s. So yeah, I don't know. Like the high end juicing stuff is not really like my my jam in this game. I do think I'm okay with it because I feel like to do that content you have to play specific builds, and so it limits the meta a lot. I'd much rather have a game where there's more stuff that's viable versus they make content that only like 3 to 5 things really are good at doing. Everything else is just like you want to re-roll. Got a breach boss, dude. I have no corpses down though. I wonder if the new breach they're gonna actually leave corpses, or if we're gonna have to use desecrate. Get our general's cry up. End of the day, all that matters is character progression and loot dopamine while doing so. Yeah, pretty much. You're not wrong. Are you having fun? Is the gameplay loop working for you?
Oh, Scarab! Hi, T-Round! Cha-ching! 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 What's the useless piece of shit? What's the useless piece of shit? Cha-ching! 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 Probably pick that up. Cha-ching! 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 Cha-ching!
Thanks, Michael, for the sub. Earthshatter Slam was such a good vibe for me. Earthshatter's a lot of fun. A fun skill.
Cha-ching! 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 Scarab! Hi, T-Round!
Time to up the stakes. Find there's some reward. Tight turns.
Useless piece of shit. Cha-ching!
Take this vitality moon.
What's the useless piece of shit?
Grip of the infinite.
I was hoping they would tone down the chaos damage in the endgame. That would have helped life builds a bit. Yeah, it's a little crazy that like every League mechanic now is like, let's add a ton of chaos damage to the game, and like if you play ES, it's easy peasy because you negate it with CI. I have a video on my YouTube channel, Drac, same name as Twitch. It's from 3.25, but it has the Google Drive link to the sound files and my 3.26 filters.
Cha-ching. Hi, T-Rob. Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
I definitely think T17s need another look at. I don't know. I think the majority of players don't like them. I think that's not an unpopular opinion. So, and they've done several iterations of T17s, and I think people still just don't really care for them. I think that's why the new maps were so popular in 3.26, the T16.5s, because they're a little bit more challenging. They can roll like one of those stupid mods, but they can't roll like 18 of those stupid mods. You know, they're easier to set up, they're easier to run, but they're more challenging than a T16. Alright, let's go do boss. Hopefully we get some more boss maps. He likes the 3-second no damage mod. That's ridiculous. It's so dumb. That's. I think he's trolling. Like, there's you got to be trolling at that point, right? I like the 3-second no damage mod. Get out of here.
Time to up the stakes. I'm best for you. Straggler strangle. Twin terrors.
I am going to
Temporal
wreck.
tears. Grip of the infinite. Grip of the infinite. Time bends to my will. Grip of the infinite. Shadows, rise and
Hi,
fight.
T-Rob.
Just make him that only bosses spawn there and isn't influenced by your Atlas tree. There's supposed to be a bridge between Pinnacles and Ubers. Yeah, remember when we couldn't roll them? Oh, dude. The original iteration of T17s was like something else. You have some hope? Yeah. I guess. He looks sincere. Yeah.
Situation card. Thick socket. Divination card.
Savor these last breaths.
I lend you my strength, ally. Exile. Another deal?
Go on.
Victory.
It plays too rough.
You honor the way. I must consider us even.
Fun's over, Brian.
Let me recruit.
Keep your word or lose it.
I hate these rares that just like they're basically like that map boss, unique map. Just like put up ice walls and run away. Hate that shit.
Time to up the stakes. Stalk and rot. Life is so brutal.
Auto Exert and PoE 2? Nah, I don't see them. I mean, well, no, they have cast on. They have like cast on conditional stuff, so maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think PoE 2 is going to merge closer to PoE 1 with every league that they update. I think it's going to become a lot more like PoE 1 than the original intention was. So, possibly.
Cha-ching. 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 Wow, orange! That's going! That's a fast.
I could see a world in which it happens. It might take like a year, you know, before they add that to the game, but I could see it happening.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching elimination card. Cha-ching. 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 Should probably wow, orb. Cha-ching.
Time to up the stakes. Resist the assault.
Cha-ching.
Feel your life fade away. Resist the assault. Struggle or strangle.
How does this piece of shit?
Hail gods.
Alright guys, I think I'm going to call it short today. I have a few things I gotta do and then I have work back up tomorrow morning. So, yeah, pretty much my goal now is I'm just going to like farm up a bunch of boss maps. So, you know, we got 12. I need to get like another, I need basically 2 full sets, be able to run 2 Shapers and 2 Elders to get my Uber Elder, and by then I should have done enough Maven Witnesses to get my Crescents. I'll be farming this off stream in between real life stuff, and then my goal is, if I stream tomorrow it'll be after work, but maybe I have enough stuff then to do 2 Void Stones. If not, lead over to Tuesday. Because I don't know how long I'm going to be at work tomorrow. But yeah, you guys got to see the build do T17s today. You know, a little bit of Blight farming, which is pretty chill. And then a little bit of destructive play for map generation, which is also pretty chill. So, yeah, thanks for stopping by. If you have any questions, you can leave comments on my videos. And have a great day / middle of the night, depending on where you are. And I'll catch you all tomorrow.